There. Forgot to record for a second. But yeah, there's the time lapse just while I have. So I finished the line art off stream because it's pretty boring. And it still took me like another 3 hours. So like I'd rather do that off stream, off screen. And so spending another entire stream just working on line art. Because I'm the world's slowest artist apparently. For the most part, it's done. I do just need to add something, which is basically one thing that I saw a lot of people do, which I think would improve a lot, is is the outlines, like the line art towards the outside, to thicken that up a little bit, because it does help a lot with readability in the silhouette and like separating the character from the background. So just like quickly go over go over all the line art, make the outside lines a bit thicker. And then it should be done for the most part. Now there's like some parts where I was also thinking to already color, quote unquote, with the line art. Stuff like underneath the neck, maybe making like very thick line art for like the super hard shadows. Because I mean, the really hard shadows should just be black anyways, since I'm kind of limited on colors. Because technically, from what I saw with like all the Shaker Cup designs, there's only 4 colors. One is black, one is white. Like pure black, pure white. That only leaves me with like 2 in between. So that's gonna be like the main thing for me to figure out this stream. Or like in general, from now on, like, how do I work with basically just 4 colors? Give me some luck, please. No. I'm very glad that my luck. The fuck? My gacha luck, not my latcha guck. I'm very glad that my gacha luck currently is halfway decent. I do not want to lose that anytime soon. I can't share. So... let me just quickly make sure everything is running fine. Should be. Yeah. Mine is fucked. I have a lot of friends with like pretty bad luck in gacha. I mean, gacha is specifically designed for you to be unlucky. But yeah. Now, the work time on this file is already saying 11.5 hours, which I'm really not happy with. But I think most of that can just be put on me being an insanely slow artist. As well as just... Hang on, let me get a second view real quick. As well as just me, streaming on the side, so it takes longer. When I was working on it off screen yesterday, there was also like me actively being in another live stream chatting with friends. Right. Also, like another thing that I have been doing a little bit, I might have to exaggerate a little, is giving the line art depth by basically like a lot of the intersections, like thickening the line art there. It's most notable really with hair. Like I have a version where I didn't do that yet. And it looks like absolute tiny details, but I swear to God, it has an effect if you look at it like overall. Typically you can also do a lot with the hair. Not really with hers, except for like the braids. I run pots of only one character. Well, take your time, my quality boobies above efficiency. Exactly. I mean, to be fair, in real case of you drawing something like that, like for commission, or if you work with a company like that, you would have to like spend that much time to like make sure it's actually quote unquote perfect. So I'm not too pressed about it. I mean, I got a lot of art done this month, so I can afford to take my time with this one. Although I wouldn't be surprised if I'm still being a bit too clean with everything. But whatever. Now. If I was working with vectors straight up in the software, I could just thicken the vectors. Unfortunately, I decided to not work with vectors, so we're just gonna have to hand thicken everything. Which is gonna take some time, but surely not too long. Surely. But yeah, also, so like since I'm drawing Rosebell, and you know, obviously, Rosebell already saw it, because she visited the stream last time. But also because I did ask her just in case. Because I was super paranoid. I asked just in case if she has a shaker cup in the works in the background or something. Because I really wouldn't want to accidentally draw a shaker cup for someone that currently has a shaker cup in the productions or something. So like she probably kind of already figured out what I was doing. But she decided to like share it with her community in her stream yesterday. And I sent her the sketch. Now, mind you, the sketch is this. And she shared it on stream and was like, look at the line art. And everyone thought line art. So I just kind of screamed out, that's not the line art, that's my clean sketch. That's a sketch from me. And that's like my main issue with line art is that my sketch is already seen what I consider as line art. That's why I always skip it usually. And I mean, to be fair, there is not too much difference. Like my clean sketch just looks like my line art, but a tiny bit messier and with thicker lines. Yeah, sketch is pretty close to line art usually, yeah. I could just somebody say hi, hope you have a great day. I hope you're having a great day too. Thanks for dropping by. But yeah, that's like why I usually skip line art. Because my clean sketches, like when I sketch, I tend to clean it quite a bit. Because I really want to be sure about like the composition and stuff of the artworks. But that also results in me having like me spending a lot of time sketching and just like considering if I want to change something or not. But then also the sketch being so clean that usually I just clean it up a little bit more as I go and as I need to. And then just like treating that as line art. I think I want to also thicken the lines on her to separate her from her hair and stuff like that a little bit more. Just quickly testing that out. I'm also really hoping my voice is not going to give out after like 2 hours this stream. I really need to talk more so my voice doesn't get too weak in between streams. Hello, Cosmic. I need to buy drinkies and snackies. I was just about to joke you could use Rose's code, but Rose doesn't have a code either. And I don't have one either. You can use your favorite content creator's codes add gamer subs or whatever to get 10% off your next purchase or order, whatever. Hello, Axel. At the supermarket? Probably not. At least not that I know of. Also sounds kind of dystopian if you could just go to a supermarket and be like, here, code, code Zen. And then you just get 10% off in a fucking grocery store. Yeah, thicker lines are better. I should fan out of Rosebank get 10% discount. That would be base. I mean, to be fair, anime style art and stuff like that is getting more accepted, surprisingly. Like, I'm not ancient, but I'm still from like the generation where like you would get made fun of for like liking anime and stuff like that. Because it's cringe and whatever. Well, actually, I mean, it's still kind of the case, I guess. It's just getting a bit more normalized. But I, a while ago, had a cousin. I think it's a cousin. I am on the wrong layer. Oh my god. I had a cousin over who I haven't talked to them before. They're like a very distant cousin. But I talked with them. I somehow, started the topic of art and stuff like that. Because he was talking about how he didn't have hobbies and such. And I just kind of talked to him about art, explained some stuff. We somehow came onto the topic of like money. And I did mention like a case of an artist who kind of scammed a bunch of their commissioners and then disappeared. A very sought after artist at one point. And I showed my cousin like some artworks of them. And they have like a very anime style. Like very Japanese anime inspired. And I showed them the art. And like I explained that like people paid like thousands on a commission by said artist. And he just looked at one of the artworks that I showed and was like, people pay money for that trash. Yeah. It's getting more accepted, but there's still a lot of negativity about it, I guess. I don't know, it seems kinda immature to just dismiss entire medium based on like visual stylistic choice, but whatever. I think his art is not a real job. I mean, that's a pretty common notion, yeah. Or like when I explain that I have something to do with art or like with artists, I also always explain that like it's not the kind of stereotypical idea that most people have of artists, where like you're in your atelier, in your fucking 100-year-old house with your little, I forget what they're called, but like the thingies that hold up a canvas, and you're there with like your color palette and your brushes. Like the basically most artists aren't like that anymore. And then like a lot of the art stuffs that you tend to hear as a normie, about some fucking drawing being sold for like $1 million, that's like not representative of anything really. GTA not being mainstream source of employment in the country. I do also wonder how that might differ between countries. Where, for example, that might also just be like my ignorance speaking. For example, being an artist or an illustrator would be more accepted within countries like China or Japan. Or maybe even Korea. I don't really know. Haven't been there. I mean, I guess like the thing that's like saying the most in my case with Germany is like I had to register business because like technically, basically I just had to register business for this entire art thing. And I had to describe like what exactly I'm doing. And I described this like I record and live stream the creation process of art or something like that. And then went a lot more into like the entire topic of art. And then like, most of it is like I do art and record and live stream it. What did they officially say that my business is? Social media advisor and content creator. Absolutely nothing about art. Which I think probably says more than enough. Maybe not about the entire country, but at least my little jurisdiction that I live in. Hello, Impact. Is this a sponsored stream? I wish. Not yet. I mean, funnily enough, I do know if if I actually was getting paid to wait, actually, if I was actually commissioned or working for insert beverage company name here, I would actually still have to deny that I'm working for them. I'm pretty sure. Like, as far as I've seen with some other artists on Twitch, you are allowed to stream you working on stuff. You're just not allowed to acknowledge it. Which, is honestly hella based by at least the one company that I'm thinking of, that I'm aware of, that they do it like that. Because, if you're like an artist and you rely a lot more on your commissions and stuff as income, being able to still stream it and like, still interact with your community without, losing out on work time, so to speak, is very valuable for a lot of artists. Especially with how tight money is anyways for a lot of artists. But yeah, I'm not sponsored. Yet. Code Aku does not work in any store. Not your grocery store either. I'm sorry to tell you. Maybe one day when we have world domination. But not today. Hello, Nami. Then one random viewer will theory craft if that's what happens. In before there's already a thread on, I don't know, 4chan or something. Is this Arco guy actually an artist for certain beverage companies? No, I wish. No discount on my energy drink with code Arco? No, unfortunately not. Yet. I'm gonna keep saying yet until I will it into existence. I mean, I know of a beverage company that has opened their partnership applications again. Wink, wink, wonk, nudge, nudge. But no, I'm not partnered with anyone. And you know, I of course managed to have the absolute perfect timing again with me drawing this time not a certain someone, but a certain kind of thing. And that of course now there's a certain beverage company under a lot of flack online. Twitter is kinda, at least like the parts of Twitter that I see. Like my Twitter luckily still is mostly art. But I also keep seeing a lot of tweets about a certain beverage company having done a fucky wucky. Again, after they've had a fucky wucky already about AI art. How will I acquire my girl dinner now? Energy drink for girl dinner is also. Bruh. Tummy issues incoming. I'll join the cause, no code yet. Yet. Believe. It's beef. Okay, yeah, the thicker. I might have to do the line on the outside even thicker, but I am liking it a lot more. Gives it like a little better silhouette. Like the. Hang on, I can quickly get out the analysis thing again. Like I saw with some of these. The roast didn't make it too thick. But for example, Yokash really made the outer line art very thick in certain situations, like in certain spots. So no, I might have to. I might still adjust the line art a little bit as time goes on, wherever need be. Pardon me. Jokes on my wait. Manifesting sponsors. Someday. I mean, to be fair with sponsors, like, I know this is gonna sound like the most pick-me content creator thing imaginable, but I'm being very for real. I don't think I would accept any sponsors outside of, like, products that I'd actually use. Unless I really need the money. Like, if I was actually doing stuff full-time, I mean. Like, for now, since I'm in that spot where, like, art won't be able to sustain me anyways, I might as well not even bother in that sense. I'd rather just keep my integrity and stuff. Now there is a certain beverage company who I have bought from. Wink, wink. I'm being very subtle about things, I know. uh, Jokes on my tummy, it already has issues all on its own. Understandable. Same actually. Like, I think a lot of people underestimate how harmful stress is, especially on like your stomach and stuff. Like, dude, I haven't had stomach issues in so long. Now that I'm done with university. But I had such awful issues with like stomach problems, loss of hunger, and all that kind of jazz when I was still like in university, studying at college. Especially like around the exam periods, exam phases. Dude, it was awful. Like, I would say that otherwise I'm totally fine with stress. Like, I only notice stress really by like, if I'm all the way stressed, that my hands start to shake. But like, the main thing how I notice stress is just my tummy. My tummy hurt. Welcome to today's stream, sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Dude. I mean, okay, wait. Raid Shadow Legends, I would never stream as a sponsorship. Period. I know two streamers actually that did collab for like a Raid Shadow Raid Shadow Legends sponsored stream. Like the thing is with like a video sponsor, you can just like shit it in. Just slot it in, get that bag, so you can continue making content and stuff, and done. Like, no one cares. But with a live stream, you actually have to play it and stream it for hours on end, and have to pretend that you're actually having fun. And with Raid Shadow Legends in particular, dude, I've seen the gameplay. Dude, I could not stream that for like 3 hours or whatever. As energy drink companies seems somewhat sus to me anyway. In general, companies are big in influencer marketing as that's by default. Yeah, I kinda can understand that. Yeah, I wanna say I get that actually. We in Germany, I'm not sure about nowadays because listen, I barely listen to the radio and stuff like that. I also barely watch like television anymore. So I'm not sure what German ads look like nowadays. But I remember that when I was younger and still more susceptible to them and like seeing them more often and stuff, we had so many ads where they used like celebrities and stuff to advertise for them. And yeah, it always felt kind of weird. I mean, to be fair, I I'm gonna use the name for once with gamer subs, for example. While it is kind of like, you know, their drinks and stuff being advertised by the partners and stuff like that. In large part, gamer subs is also, like in my eyes at least, is more so like a merch company for the partners. So like, while of course it is kind of like the partners advertise the gamer subs products, a lot of it is more so just like an opportunity for content creators to have merch through gamer subs, for example. Which I think is pretty fine, honestly. Especially with not to throw shade at other companies. There's a lot of good other companies, don't get me wrong. But there's also quite a lot of like merch companies within the VTuber sphere that really dropped the ball. I just recently saw even more like complaints about one particular again, where like the owner downright lied to their partners, like they're their company partners, not their private partners, and just low-key scamming them by not paying properly and stuff like that. I still think the celebrities promoting random shit ads. Well. Good thing I don't watch German television. I don't even have a TV to watch German television, actually. So I never tried swings or electrolyte, right? The like gamer subs, advanced GG, and stuff like that, Rogue Energy. They are mostly electrolytes. A lot of them. I'm not sure about all of them. Like the only ones that I'm familiar with are the ones by gamer subs and advanced GG. And they're like electrolytes, some caffeine, and vitamins. Just a few. I can't remember right now. It was like C or something like that. You know, not to a significant amount that would actually count as like supplementing your diet, but arguably maybe healthier than like an energy drink. Gamer Subs in particular does have like a lot of other products too. Like they also sell ramen if I remember correctly. And teas, I think. And then they also at some point started selling like gamer sub strings, gamer supplements, whatever you want to call them. That have melatonin, not melanin, Jesus Christ. They have melatonin in them, so they help with sleep. And then just very, very recently, Gamer Subs released like a drink flavor that has creatine in it. Yeah, it's creatine, not creatinine. Creatine. Again, not in like an amount that would be like significant or replacing if you do take creatine by yourself, like for exercising and stuff. But it's just like a little extra. Also, just I don't mean to glaze them, but the packaging on the creatine flavor of gamer subs is sick because it's like a golden bullet. Let me quickly see if I can show it on stream. Der PNG with transparent background too, Jesus Christ. Okay, I will buy snacks and drinkies and I will grab myself a pizza for dinner later. Bro, I'm not cooking today. Nee. Have fun getting groceries. Enjoy food later. Hang on. I can quickly show the creatine shit. To clarify my Nivo, but sunscreen my parents still do see the ads from time to time. I think ramen's marketing strategy for Western side. Yeah, more famous here. There's the creatine thing, by the way. It looks so fancy. Not gonna lie. Does it actually say? Not on the front, at least. Doesn't say like how much creatine is in there. Bullet, yes. Actually, let me quickly check. It should say it on the website, right? Okay, the website isn't loading for me. Now it is. Super slowly though. If I just saw correctly, it's at 2000 milligrams. I'm assuming that's one serving, and I'm assuming a serving is like enough to drink, so to speak. 2000 milligrams is 2 grams, which is that's actually surprisingly a lot, not gonna lie. Like, I think the like healthy amount that's usually recommended is like, assuming you're not a try-hard exerciser and stuff like that, is 2 grams. 3 grams, I mean. So just like one serving of that would be 2/3. So you could just get like a large shaker cup. Do 1.5 servings and you're done. It's actually surprisingly a lot. I thought it would just be like a little tiny piss amount of creatine and that's it. But yeah, I think Gamer Sub said these two, but I can't quite remember. I would remember if I was sponsored. Anyways. I mean, I guess I could, once I'm done with this, I could just shoot my shot, contact them, and be like, hey, I know how to draw stuff for you. Take me. Or if he's close to which company you mean, but that's alright. I mean, honestly, like the main one currently. I hope this isn't going to age like milk. I swear to God. Currently, the main one is Gamer Subs. I mean, like, you know, the owners are like literally Shia Lily, used to also be Cinder. Oof. And you know, Jay von Schlettenberg. I can't, by the way, with like that even I started doing the thing of like trying to say Schlatt's name, but like in the most cursed way. Just because of how often I see him on YouTube shorts. John Schlatt a lot. Do it, was gehst du klein? Exactly. I noticed too that like, I don't know, I should be a lot more what's the right word? Brazen, maybe. With like trying out things. Or blatant, I guess. Because like a lot of the time, people just don't care. Like people really don't judge you as much as you tend to think they do. It's something that I actually did realize like in the past too. Just never really acted on it. Or like the people that really do judge you for certain things tend to not be the people that you want around you anyways. Not gonna lie. A lot of times it just doesn't matter. Who's touching Aku? I said judging, not touching. No one's touching me. I hope no one's touching me. Like, I remember really realizing how much it doesn't really matter what you do. Like how much like certain people's opinions doesn't really matter in terms of what you're doing. When in high school, we had a literature class. Now, for some reason, the class is literally literature, but instead it was actually acting. Which, okay, yeah, there's like an overlap between literature and acting. They were greatly connected in certain time periods and stuff. But you know, that's not what I expected when I signed up for a literature class. And basically, too long didn't listen. I got the main role of this play that we came up with. Like, we had to create our own play as like entire class throughout the entire year. Then actually acted out on 2 different dates at the end of the year. Like, we sold tickets and everything. And, you know, not gonna lie, the play was super cringe. It was a kind of melodramatic, surrealist type shit. Like, there was an occasion where I had to act that I'm considered. Can I say that on Twitch? Yeah, I mean, it's not a hypothetical. I'm explaining a play. There was like a scene in the play too where I had to act as if I'm contemplating to kill myself because of something happening in the play. Stuff like that. I kind of surreal, whack type stuff. And you know, most people do fully understand that, like, if you're on a stage, because I was on a stage in front of like 100 people, most people do understand that if you're on a stage and you're acting. You're not actually that weird in person off the stage. Like, the vast majority of people have an understanding of like what an act is and can differentiate that from reality. Unfortunately, not everyone. So I had some people that really thought I was incredibly weird and then tried to like make fun of me and stuff like that. I mean, like typical mean girl shit behavior. And you know, like now years later, it's like, who the fuck cares? I never saw them again. It never affected me. I'm never gonna see them again. Like, even though I'm not gonna lie, like standing on stage there, it feels kind of overwhelming at first. I may or may not have had alcohol before the play. I think most of us actually did, because it was kind of overwhelming, not gonna lie. But yeah, ultimately, it just doesn't really matter. Okay, now I know the differences seem tiny, but with the colors as well, it's gonna really make a lot of difference. Like thickening the outside lines and stuff like that. Not to me, unfortunately. Ja. Jay Schlattenstein, ja. I sure hope you'd know if someone did. I hope so too. Mm. I'm actually still seeing some stuff where I want the lines to be a bit thicker. Just to kind of separate different objects from each other. You know, as I said, like, since I only have 4 colors to use, I can't just like spontaneously use a really light color in a lot of places to separate different depths. Like here, for example, this entire clusterfuck here of the arm, the braid, and then the top. Like I have too few colors, so for example here I think it would be wise to just thicken the lines. Yeah. I think. Hello, Nixa. Hang on, did I miss a message? Eh. He knows how to draw some good stuff. Whenever I roll the art gacha, yes, sometimes something good pops out. Thank God. I did actually with like an artist that I was chatting with who was struggling a little bit with like an art block. And like especially getting a sketch down. I did jokingly say that like you can just consider art when you're struggling with sketching and stuff doesn't turn out fine or right. You can just kind of treat it as a gacha. Like you just keep drawing until you get something that does look fine. And then because it is gacha, you're gambling, so you get happy again. You've been playing Enfield? Yes. I think most artists I know have gotten stuck on Enfield, not gonna lie. I think the only one that's escaped so far is Odo, who just played the game for a little bit. I don't even know why. He seemingly really wasn't interested in the entire setting or game series or anything really. Just got to the pulse, close the game. He's the only one that has escaped. But yeah, I've been quite stuck on Enfield, yeah. You too? I mean, to be fair, I'm at least like pretty okay at controlling myself when it comes to impulse and stuff. So like I only played the game like 2 hours in the mornings when I'm waking up anyways and don't want to work or like prepare anything. I do know that like some artists they're just hard addicted. Or you know the people that like within the first day already almost finished the entire game. It's been like 7 days. Like I started playing day 1. I'm still not done with the main story. It's because you played on PC instead of mobile. The factory must grow. Yes. Okay, I'm also thickening the lines on her. Even if it's not like on the outside with the background. Just to make sure that she doesn't drown detail-wise or like attention-wise with like her wings and hair and stuff like that. I've been playing hours a day. We got to add to New Moon, I think. Wufang Ching so yeah, Wuling. Wuling is so incredibly pretty. Me and another artist have just been gushing about the second region in Arknights so much lately. It is so pretty. It's like eco-modern Chinese inspired. It is so pretty. To be fair, I also have a severe thing for eco-modernism. As long as it's not too commercialized. Because it just feels so homey. Homely, not homey. I mean, homey is also a word, but I don't mean homey. You get what I mean. My friend did 18 hours run a day. People grinding to 18 hours is way too much, man. Then again, a friend of mine, like the first day that Honkai Star Rail released, they straight up they started playing it at like 6 a.m. or something, played it one day straight, finished it entirely, which is just insane, man. I don't know how they don't go insane doing that. But the small day, it's just not like I could work. Are you already there? Yes, just barely. I like Overgrown Industry, so the value is nice. Hello, Lani. Beautiful rosy piece, thank you. I'm doing like a little practice slash experimental thing. It's supposed to be like a shaker cup design of insert beverage company name here. Like the colors might be a little off because they were for the sketch. But yeah, there. Actually, it fits for the most part, I guess. Out of curiosity, where can someone pick up a PNG of your OC? I definitely have a drawing of myself on Twitter somewhere. I'm not entirely sure. But I think I did at one point forever ago post my ref sheet. I think. On Twitter. Definitely not Instagram. Or Pixiv, but Twitter. I don't think I posted to Blue Sky because it was way earlier before that. But yeah, basically it's supposed to be like a shaker cup design. I did look at some from nondescript company name here. Like how they do it. Just like for practice. Because I've never drawn anything like that before. Well, yeah. I'm currently trying to improve the line art a little bit before I switch over to colors and stuff. And I'm mostly just yapping right now. But yeah, I do like the kind of overgrown industry too. I do think that like the first region, Agnes Enfield, design-wise is a little weak. Not definitely not as strong as Wuling. Wuling is very expressive with what it's trying to represent. I think it's the best way of describing it. Would I be able to DM me for transparent PNG? Sure. If you're asking for a transparent PNG, do you mean the little guy in the corner jumping? Because that one I haven't posted. I've only posted like rough sheets and full-on illustration of myself. The like reactive PNG I'd have to send you. Because I don't think Praline, who drew that, has posted that anywhere either. Well, yeah, you can just send me a message. Oh wait, we do have DMs on Twitter, never mind. I was just thinking like how to contact you on Discord. Could have used my groove in the first one, but mine's probably random processing heavy. Yeah. That too, probably. And I mean, they do with like most sketches basically. They always have to keep an eye out on mobile. Which, like, I understand why mobile is like one of the biggest markets for gachas and stuff. But wait, that song was super quiet, right? So let's skip that one. I do really worry that mobile, like the mobile needs with gacha games is kind of holding a lot of games back in that sense. But you know, mobile, as far as I know, mobile for gacha games tends to be like the biggest income source compared to all of gaming, all of like PC gaming, I mean. I can do the line at even thicker actually. I had to turn my settings to medium on my phone and kept dying. I think mobile is bringing them forward though, funding. No. I mean, like at the end of the day, if mobile brings in enough money that the game keeps going and has a decent enough budget, then I think it's okay as like a compromise for any potential setbacks, or like it being held, like the PC version being held back by mobile performance. And feels optimized good compared to video games, so both are Unity based. Yeah, I think that topic is a little bit over my expertise. I just heard something about like that the Arknight's engine is pretty heavily modified. And yeah, Unity instead of Unreal. So it ends up running quite a lot better than you would think. I need to not be so shy with the outlines. There. Difference is honestly probably gonna be pretty hard to see, especially on stream. But it's worth it, trust. I just saw like sometimes on my tab, but Enfield running smooth. Yeah, I think Enfield auto-selected high settings for me. I didn't touch the settings at all, and I cannot remember having a single frame drop. Like for me at least, it's running buttery smooth. Although to be fair, I did have a blue screen earlier while playing it. I can't 100% pinpoint it to Arknights, because I also had Discord and all sorts of shit open in the background, but yeah. Anyways, I need to take a tiny break just to quickly turn on the lights and close my blinds, because I'm sitting in pure darkness again. Give me just 1 second. Okay, I'm back. At 120 hertz. No, I'm playing on 60. I have such an old monitor, it only goes to 60, and I never bothered picking up a monitor that can go higher. I was looking at a monitor, especially because I only have one monitor. I really would like to have two, but like my table wouldn't support two. So I was thinking of like getting an upgrade from my main monitor to like, you know, support more than 60 hertz. And that whenever I actually get a new table, i.e. I ever move out, I could then start using the second monitor for the less important stuff where I don't need the hertz and stuff. They have lots of optimization. I also have mini foliage on, so maybe there should be more plans. Had Agnes crash on cinematic earlier. I have sour candy. Welcome back. Hang on, let me quickly finish my coffee as well. Curl dinner as a manly man done. Based. For some reason 120 Hz 6 overload and 16 Enfield. Oh, I wonder why. By the way, as much as I love coffee, and as much as I love fancier coffees, I cannot in good well recommend like the full-on coffee machines anymore that also have like that can also steam the milk and stuff all in one. Because Jesus Christ, the maintenance on those fuckers is so annoying after some time. What is fancy coffee? Like, I just didn't have a coffee, I had a latte macchiato. At least that's what the machine calls it. Like, we have one of the full-on fat-ass coffee machines where like you pour in the coffee beans, you add water, and then you can hook up like a little milk. I'm not entirely sure if the English word is that similar to the German one. Canule? Something like that. Like a container for milk with like a little nozzle that reaches into it and blah. So like you can just click one button and it sucks in the milk and shits it out steamed, and then afterwards adds the coffee and blah blah. I have the Curious Espresso machine, which doesn't make real espresso real hot milk, but it's good enough. It might honestly be better. Because like this is the second one that we've had. I can't remember which brands, by the way, pardon me, I don't pay attention to that really. But like the first one that we had, like we always used to just like drink the basic ass Senseo coffee pads, like just the little flat thingies that you just put in the machine. It squeezes down on it with water, and that's it. And like there's basically instant coffee in them. But we got like one of the fanciest coffee machines for free from friends of ours who they said the coffee machine just stopped working for them and they didn't bother sending it back, fixing it and such. So we just got it for free. My dad repaired it. And Jesus Christ, especially now with the second one too, I realized that like those fancy coffee machines are so over-engineered to hell and back. Like those machines will sooner kill themselves than even manage to produce like 100 coffees. It is like, of course it depends on the machine, but like the first one that we got for free, it was so over-engineered. It's straight up, after a certain amount of coffees that you make, it will give you a warning that you need to clean it. Like you need to add like cleaning tablets and stuff so the entire pumping system doesn't get clogged up. I forgot what the term is for the kind of white stuff that builds up in pipes because of like the minor pollution of water. Clean them holes, yeah. But basically there is no sensor to it. It just tells you to clean it after a certain amount of cycles, certain amount of coffees made with it. Which is fine, you know, like getting a proper sensor for that would just be overkill too. But that fucking first machine then also proceeds to, if you ignore the warning, you can just click it away a couple of times. If you click it away often enough, it will then give you a new warning being like, you need to stop clicking away this warning or the machine will lock itself the next time. It's just like, what do you mean? I want my coffee, especially like in our case, our water that comes from the tap is already getting filtered. Like we have our own filter, like a charcoal filter, charcoal reverse osmosis filter underneath the sink to already filter the water. So like there is absolutely zero buildup ever. And then the coffee machine fucking locked itself because no, danger. And there's like no way to override it, and then you have to run the fucking cleaning process for like an hour, which you need to. You know, if at least the cleaning process was a set and done thing, it would be fine, but no, you have to continue like 5 different times, which is just ass. Like, who has time for that except for the unemployed who don't have money to do that shit? I already had some wedding or company fest. There are a lot of sugar making over sweet. I'm unfortunately one of those people that really likes sweet coffees. I mean, to be fair, not like these super sweet coffees. Like the American kinds that you can sometimes get. Like where they, dude. I remember the last time that I was in the US as well. I went to a coffee store in Ohio there that I really liked. I don't think it really matters if I say the name. Maxwig's. And they, at least back then, had like so many coffees that were literally just named after desserts. Like I think one of them was just called Cupcake. And it was, dude, it's so sweet. It's just sugar. I swear to God. Also, wait, I got the rough sheet for you. Yeah. Like, it's fine to try once or twice, but Jesus Christ, not every day. But yeah, the link that I just sent should be the rough sheet. Actually, I did just notice, hang on, real quick. The ref sheet is super old. I made a tiny ass change. I don't think it's important, but just in case. Because I just noticed. Yeah, the version that I have on Twitter has this thing just purely black, but I ever so slightly added this stuff. Oh yeah, there's the ref sheet. There's the illustration. Yes, I can draw men. Oh no. But yeah, the one on Twitter is mostly the right one. Could you export a PNG of that? Sure. Give me a second. Ba, 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 ba. Where's the original file? Wait. Wait, is this one updated? Yes, it is. Okay. That's the entire reference sheet, by the way. In case anyone was wondering how I design stuff. Let me quickly... Oh, so hang on. I apparently don't have the PSD file updated, but just kept overdrawing shit. That ring is supposed to be black. Is everything else correct? Yeah, it should be. I swear to God, Pass Arc was a dumbass. Why did I overpaint so much, man? Hang on, I should clean up my rough sheet at some point. Because I have no idea what Pass Arc did a couple of years ago for it all to be so scuffed. Tight pants. I mean, and it, you know, something. If what you're wearing on the upper body is loose, lower body needs to be tight. Something. Listen, I'm not that good at fashion and whatever. My god, what did I do back then? I think past Arco made the sleeves tighter for some reason. And that's what all the fixes are. But like, instead of properly fixing it, I just decided, hey, I'm gonna use the background's color on top to quote unquote erase it that way. Which is, you know, it perfectly demonstrates that you improve over time though, because I absolutely would never do that shit nowadays. Bruv. Did I get all the weird parts? I think I did. Why is that half transparent? Oh, so hang on, just to quickly make sure I'm not missing something. Aha. I mean, it's super scuffed overall anyways. It's like lack of opacity and stuff anyways. Anyways, let me quickly export persona. There. I really hope I just saved it properly, because I did not save the entire CSV file like that. Hang on, let me quickly send that to Lani. Also, Elite Dan and Cinnamon, thank you for the follows. Give me just a second. I'm actually working on this drawing right now, which just says spontaneous inquiry. Do we have each other on Discord? No. But I think I can just send it to you over Twitter. At least I'm already uploading the file to Twitter right now. That's the same as my user, yeah. Okay, I just send it to you on Twitter. Is that fine, or do you want me to quickly send it on Discord as well? Anyway, sorry, I neglected the chat for a little bit there. You know Sweet Tea from the South USA? No, but I've heard about it. For a second I thought yo, see naked from the down and have some thigh straps. No. Fortunately Twitter only lets me save as PNG. I was just about to say not PNG JPEG. Okay, wait. Right, we have a mutual server somewhere. I found you there. Yeah. Yeah, pardon any blurriness around the edges and stuff. As I said, past Aku did that so sloppily, I swear to God. I should get like a new proper Rushi at some point, but unfortunately that's pretty low on the priority list currently, not gonna lie. Anyways, where were we? I wanted to work on the colors next. By which I mean I need to fix this kind of stuff. Since I added the colors during the sketch, and line art and sketch are a little bit different. But yeah. Past Arco was min-maxing on layers. Actually quite the opposite. Past Arco was so shit with managing layers that like what I just showed, nowadays I would do that in like, I don't know, maybe like 3 layers, 4 layers if I want to separate certain body parts and stuff. But whatever I just saw in that file was like 10 layers or something. So for drops. No, you're fine. And you're welcome, I think. If you don't mind me asking, if it's not a secret, what do you need it for? Ah, right. I also added some tiny details. I do also still need to figure out what I want to do with the background, because I don't want the background to just be one solid color. And with like the other drawings, you know, I can't do something like this since I decided to have most of the hair be transparent. So I kind of need the background to be pretty solid, like in these cases, or with Roswell's drawing of Spite. Roswell does have like a bit of a celestial kind of vibe, angel vibe and stuff, so maybe I can work with that. I did also, like, I have a little layer with like stuff that I still need to do. Like, she's still missing her tattoo down here and stuff. I want to change the border as well. Give it some irregularity so it's not a perfect border. What if make hair transparent and cup color decides hair color? That's what I intended here. Yeah. Like I just chose pink just as filler for, you know, I can't just do that because it's pretty unreadable. Like the pink is just an example of the inside color, like the actual liquid inside. Kind of with most of these examples too. Like the cup design with the one that Rosebud drew, it's not actually blue on, like it's not actually printed on blue, but this is transparent. It's just blue because that's like her color, so all the marketing uses blue, so you would recognize the character. Because if all of this was transparent, you know, you wouldn't be able to really tell properly. Same with parts like this. Like this is also transparent. It just, in her case, it's not too important since like, you know. Or here too, like it's red. Zentrea's hair color is red, but it's just so like you understand who the character is. this is just transparent. Like you're seeing the liquid inside of a cup in the hair. That's like what I intend here too. So I just chose pink just so you can really tell it's supposed to be Rosebell. But it's actually just like the inside of the cup, like the liquid fluid inside. You get what I mean. Hello, Cookie Nomster. Cute name. Holy neuron activations. Yes. Still early whip. Like, this was just me experimenting, figuring out how half-tone gradients is this stuff called, how they work and how to deal with them. I'm currently actually still cleaning everything up so that I can render properly. By the way, I was CM. In Uma Musume, I got second. My goal, she hit everything, but sometimes doing your best just isn't quite enough. Yeah, the first place had a monster Oguri, Christmas Oguri. Who triggered all of the skills perfectly, so GG. My Oguri got cucked by Goshi by nose. Did you get A or B finals? So I got A, so I'm still happy overall. I should probably give him more like highlights in the eye too. So she looks a little cuter. Actually, I could also give this little guy more highlights in the eye. It's such a little shithead, I saw. Affectionately, of course, but like, Jesus Christ. I like, unironically, this little shithead is my favorite part of the entire drawing. It's so brain dead, man. Gremlin art character, yeah. I mean, like, it's her mascot. Kind of recently designed too. And like one of the first emotes that she got of the little guy was that she just it sitting there pissing itself. It's so stupid, man. Ugh. A finals, but at least I got time on a broke. Yeah, my free pulls have been absolutely awful. I got nothing. You're smart because you study stuff. That's unexpectedly deep. Also, thank you. Should I get my pizza now in 30 minutes? I mean, probably now, because if you wait 30 minutes and realize you're really hungry, it's too late. Okay, but my question wasn't answered though. Now. I'm not gonna lie. Working on this feels really relaxing. After all of my last drawings were like these stupidly detailed illustrations with full backgrounds and stuff. Like, while this is still like challenging and like having to figure out how to render with just 4 colors in a bit, just not having a background to worry about is so comfortable. You don't have to worry, you don't have to render. I do have to like render, but it's all hard brush. Yeah, basically. And also just like there's no background. I don't have to worry about too much perspective and you know, like so many drawings having like full illustration type backgrounds. That was too much, honestly. Okay, we're going again now. See you. See you. Enjoy pizza. What if the drink color is white? As far as I know. I mean, so what? You can just put milk in your cup, yes. I don't know why you would, but sure. I also just noticed the ear's not connecting to that. There. Much better. Well, the arts blend in that color, I mean. Maybe on like the wing. And you know, the eyes, yeah. But like most of the time with the kind of drinks that these unnamed companies tend to offer, they aren't white. they're very liberal with their use of food dyes. I don't know, man, no knowledge in those drinks. No, you're fine. But they're usually all of the drinks with like pretty vibrant colors due to food dye. I think I need to thicken the line out here, because otherwise it's kind of weird that like there's pink on pink, but there's supposed to be a gap here, which would kind of be invisible, say for the line art. Uh, wait. Wait. Are you allowed to do halftone printing in the bleed? That's not something I paid attention. Okay, you can. Yeah, okay. I was just thinking because, like, this entire outside border is the bleed from what I think I am seeing in all of these. Where, like, you're not supposed to have anything too detailed or in focus here. Like, the entire focus is supposed to be within the main printing area. I was just wondering if that means that you can't do the halftone gradient in the bleed too, but nah. They definitely do here. Like the border is right here. So this entire ear is in the bleed, but it's halftone gradient. It's not even a halftone gradient, it's just halftone. That's a hard edge there. Anyways. You did on a thigh, so yeah, I just wasn't thinking then. But apparently it's fine. Or seems to be fine. Do those marks also come with color changing thingy, depending on temps? I don't know. I didn't even know that one of these nondescript companies I haven't named yet sell mugs. Like if they do, then I wouldn't know about it. Again, I'm not sponsored. Yet. Machine prints are the complex to print that. But yeah, I don't think this drawing will take too much longer. Because once I'm done with like cleaning stuff, oh, I just noticed before I forget that this should be that color. Once I'm done with cleaning everything up, it would just be like figuring out where to do like the halftone, shading, hard shadows, adjusting the colors a little bit. Like I'm pretty sure I'll make this color, like, again, since I'm technically only allowed, or seemingly only allowed to use 4 colors, I would definitely keep full white, full black, of course. I'm thinking of making this darker. Let me try that out right now, actually. Lasso. Nah. Nah. Actually, it's fine. Black, white, gray, and probably just 2 levels of gray. Because like I need 1 level of gray for the skin. Because she has the issue, quote unquote, for like designing this cup, that most of the time with white characters they take full white for the skin. Now the issue is Rose has clothing which is full white. So, you know, I can't make the skin full white and then the clothing full white too, because then it's just, there's no separation color. So I'd rather make her skin a little bit darker so that the wings, horns, and the clothing can be full white, which is, you know, more accurate and fitting. You know, it would be kind of weird if her wings were black or like dark gray or something like that, because she's supposed to be an angel, not a demon or something. So that's already like black, white, gray for skin, and then probably this darker gray. And yeah, that should be fine though. Because like with the halftone printing, I can easily make that work, I think. Here too, like I did just very sloppily add halftone radiancy everywhere. There's obviously like the color, which is gold, which I should be able to imitate gold using 2, 3 gray tones. I think. If it's not here somewhere, I mean there's like silver here that I can kind of reference. If it's not here, I did see one of the cups having gold accessories. Yeah, I mean here, those are like spikes. It's pure black, pure white actually. So yeah, like I can make that work. So yeah, black, white, light gray, pretty dark gray. The in-betweens are halftone gradients. And whoop-de-doo. Like the only area that's actually giving me a bit of a headache is this specific part here. Which is, you know, it's behind this very dark part. I might actually, I don't know how to do that. Maybe if I just make that super dark too, and then use half, I might actually just make it complete black. I think I have to either do that or like halftone gradient black. So it's not actually pure black, but yeah, as I said, this is like just the kind of stuff that I have to experiment with. To see how to make it work. Yeah, there. Like, that's... I should be able to do just fine with halftone gradient if I can figure out how to use it well. I also do want to add like a little bit more detail to the eyes. Make it like triangle. What do you mean make it like triangle? I was thinking of maybe adding a hard edge here if that's what you're talking about, yeah. Like with pure black, not the gradient, but yeah. As I said, it's just something I'd have to slowly figure out. More black close to boobs and wings and fading near mascot. Ah, yeah. Yeah. I'll do all of that stuff in just a bit. That was just me kinda wanting to quickly test that. And yeah, I can also work a lot more with like pure black shadows like that. Yeah, you can kind of see cases where they do use that. Rose didn't use it too much. But Yokush did, for example. There's like quite a lot of lost edges. Yeah. Experimenting. Woo. I was pretty sure I need to add like a tiny line there. I think. Yeah. For like this thing. But I still have to clean up quite a lot. As I said, it feels pretty chill, honestly. I would not mind doing that more often. Wink wonk. Blink blonk. Sorry. At this point, I might as well just like add an entire sign on top of the screen. More liner practice, yeah. But like fundamentally, it's basically cell shading mixed with like having to be very conscientious of how you place gradients, which is probably pretty good practice. Because I noticed too that quite frequently I'm a bit of a fuck around until it works kind of person when it comes to art. Like I very freaky. I very frequently also end up going back to certain spots to change the whatchamacallit. Like I keep a lot of layers so that I have the color separated so that I can later on just go back, and if I notice that certain parts don't quite work out well in terms of the values, I can just select it all, then use filters to change the value or saturation, stuff like that. Here I have to be like way more aware of the colors I'm choosing and stuff like that. So it's probably good practice. Not sponsored, but would love to be. Yeah. Manga style, yeah. Which is quite ironic considering I haven't read a single manga in my entire life, I think. Like the closest I've gotten is like visual novels. Like I only remember having once read like a visual novel, like an app that was basically just a visual novel on my phone. As I said, I'm an anime fan fraud. I got ad, what the hell? I obviously did turn off the sexual themes content label because I am not drawing anything sexual right now. I also did not get a warning from Twitch this time, but I did when I drew two women hugging, because that's too sus. I'm not salty. Like if I get a warning on this that I should have put on the label, I'd really be surprised. Yeah, then again, I've seen a friend get banned for just drawing a character's butt from behind. Literally at a pool and clothed. So, yeah. Two women hugging equals Yuri. Exactly. The art from some manga, though. Also, hello, Marie, actually. Almost forgot. Touche. Oopsie. Wait, if you got ads, it's been 2 hours? Oh god, I'm slow. I'm so slow. 2 hours isn't as 2 hours is kind of slow when all I've been doing is fixing line arts and fixing the colors to fit into line arts. Well, good art takes time. I mean, that's true. Yeah. I mean, I got banned for a week for ass, so. I just always have the label on if it means there's ads or whatever, less money for Twitch. I mean, true, I get that. I thought so for the longest time too, but from what I understood, I'm not entirely sure, don't quote me on this, in case I'm wrong. But I remember reading something about British, the British, about the British people actually needing to verify their IDs to visit like the 18 plus label streams. And that's like kind of crossing the boundary of like, you know, I still want people to see my streams. Especially because I can understand a lot of people wouldn't want to give Twitch their IDs and all that. Especially because from what I understood, it's handled by a third party. Not that I would trust Twitch more with the IDs, but like that it's just some third parties kinda like the ID verification. Alright, time to despawn. Sleep well, Ari. Thanks for dropping by. Meanwhile, the hot tub section on Twitch, dude, I've mentioned before that like the ASMR category, if you look around there for like a little while, or if you're lucky when you check the category, there's like straight up Findom over there. Which, if you don't know what that is, it's understandable because it's a type of BDSM dynamic financial domination, as in you get insulted and such and coerced into giving money. It is a sexual thing, by the way, too. Yeah. And I've seen it's not just once, which is the weirdest part. Yeah. Oh well. As long as they're having fun. I took 14 hours on this piece so far. I mean, I'm 13 hours into this one, and it's not even close to how much I would usually spend on a regular drawing. Like, I'd take between 16 and 20 for like just character art without a background. With background, it's more like 24, up to 30 if I completely decided to overwhelm myself. It's like this certain time. And I mean, it's supposed to be like for me to practice, so it would take more time. Commercial stuff does take more time in general, because you're hopefully working more cleanly. Cleanly? Cleanly? I forgot when you say cleanly instead of cleanly. Whatever. English. I swear to God, every single time that I'm close to little Punty, her mascot, I just can't, man. I remember having a problem with Twitch in UK. For everything else, you can just use a VPN. Yeah, but and it's pretty recent from what I remember. Like that. And as I said, I'm not 100% sure if I remember correctly. I feel like you use cleanly as a verb and cleanly as an adjective. Huh. I should read up on that after stream. I might have been using cleanliness wrong a couple of times then. I don't know. Pizza boy returned. Welcome back. Enjoy your pizza. Actually, I'm gonna need to take a tiny break in just a second. Also to get some water. So my voice doesn't end up dying. Like last stream. And because I need to quickly talk to someone actually. They're both spelled cleanly. So it's more of an archaic pronunciation. Ah. So I've been sounding pretentious the entire time. Nice. Okay, wait, I'll just very quickly finish this ball. And then take a tiny break. Probably should have taken a break with the ads. Oh well. Okay. I will be right back. Let me use a forbidden color, which is any color other than gray. Okay. I'll be right back. Give me just like 2 minutes maybe. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Got water. Got something taken care of real quick. And hello, Immortal Vapor. I'm hoping that now that I'm drinking more to stream like a normal person, my voice might not actually give out after 2 hours. Maybe. Copium. I can't. I just can't with the little mascot, man. I love it, don't get me wrong, but it's so... Oh. Matoko, thank you for the raid. Hello. Let me give you a shout out real quick. I actually just came back from a break. Pardon me. Let me shout you out real quick. Overwatch 2. Hope you had fun. How are your games? I haven't played Overwatch in years actually. And I only played the first one. But yeah, I hope your stream went well. Hope your games went well too. I'm currently I swear to god, I struggle every single time explaining what I'm doing. I'm trying to draw a shaker cup design. Kinda like these. Just for practice. Cause I figured it would be fun. I'm drawing Rosebell art. Not sure if you know them. But yeah, anyways. I hope you're streaming well. Hope your games went well too. Since I know that you're an artist, if there's any art you want to share, please feel free to. Would love to see you. I haven't seen any of your art in quite a while actually. I don't know why. But yeah. Anyway, comrades. As I said, I just came back from a tiny break. I'm mostly just like cleaning up at the moment. Will be rendering shortly after that. Honestly, like a lot of this is like really just cleaning work, very small detail stuff. Well, yeah, so like for the most part, I'm just yapping the stream while casually working on this. But yeah, I hope you had fun over at Matako's stream. You're very welcome to just lurk and hang out. As I said, I'm just yapping quite a lot today. And yeah. Thanks for the hydrate. I actually just got water in the break too. But yeah, Matoko, as I said, if you want to share art, please feel free to. I love to see. Otherwise, for my viewers, I guess, Matoko, very good artist. Please check them out. Everyday sleepy. Nah. I feel that. I actually just very recently talked with, like last night actually, talked with some friends who really struggle with sleep. Like falling asleep too. Like, I don't know, I feel like quite a lot of people struggle with sleeping. Like, I know so many people that take hours to sleep sometimes, to fall asleep. I think I'm really lucky that I just take like 10 minutes. Hello, Nerdan. I'm so sleepy that I can't draw, no. Man. Right. I'm not entirely sure what time it is for you. Shouldn't it be 1 a.m. approximately? I mean, I'm not entirely sure in which country you're located, but Yeah, please go to bed. Yeah, actually, like, if you need to go and rest, maybe sleep or have some food or something like that, please feel free to lurk and take care of yourself. You don't have to stay here. I don't want you to feel pressured. Especially if you're so tired that you can't draw, it might be good to sleep more. I'll still be here for quite a bit, probably. Actually, it depends on how long my voice is gonna last. I'm losing my voice again, I think. That art looks amazing. Thank you. Much appreciated. Yeah, as I said, this is more like me experimenting, trying something new. Like, usually, I don't draw in this kind of style. Like, the last drawing that I finished, let me get it out real quick. Is stuff like this, for example. I just noticed I usually really don't like using pink, and here I am with 2 pink drawings in a row. But yeah, usually more illustration or pin-up type stuff. It should be fine for me to show this one too, since it's a more popular character. Oh, ass. Yes. Or before that. There. I've been drawing way too many illustrations with like full backgrounds, so I wanted to do something entirely different for once. Yeah. I like the new style you tried, very cute. Thank you. We do enjoy some nice butts. Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I had a little butt arc with like all of my like last 5 or 6 drawings. I don't know what happened. But yeah. Nerdan, thank you for the follow. Yeah, as I said, I'm currently uh, just looking to fix all of the colors here so that I can properly render. Like, you can see there's like some messiness everywhere I need to clean up. I really like the pose you had on the other one. Thank you. That one, I got like really lucky and randomly found a photo shoot of a model that had a pose similar to that. And like I got really inspired by the pose. And then just kind of figured actually having a tail, like a character with a tail would be quite nice for that pose. And then I don't know what happened. I am starting to think I probably would have saved time instead of cleaning all of this up if I would have just used a bucket tool. Like from scratch. Oh well. Oh well, yeah, that's whatever. I mean, at least now I know for the next time. If I ever decide to draw something like this again. Or if I get sponsored by a certain company. Or not sponsored, more like commissioned, I mean. Always learning, exactly. Like, as I said, it's quite different to what I would usually draw. So it feels like pretty refreshing. And, you know, you need to think about this kind of stuff differently. Like, because I've never used these before. Like halftone gradient. I didn't even know this is called halftone until like a couple of days ago. And thank you for the stretch, Matoku. Give me just a second. I mean, Arasa isn't trademarked, so it would be an idea to make the commission. I mean, people love waifu cards, so giving streamers the option to get at least an art of it would be cool. Yeah, I mean, that's the idea. Yeah. Like, it's not trademarked, of course. I'm just taking gamer subs in particular as, like, a guide to try something new. I would be open to doing this as a commissioner. Then again, I've had like 0 commission requests over months at this point. I mean, I'm also not advertising my commissions, so it's kind of understandable. But yeah. It's kind of like me trying out something new too. And in case I get an offer like that, I can just already say, hey, I know how to do it. So you know, if any company wants to sponsor me. I need to stop, man. Like, what would be the price for such a com? That's a good question, actually. I. That's actually a very good question. I did not think about that yet. I mean, obviously, it depends too on like what people would do with it. Like, you know, if this was actually for like a shaker cup, then you know it would get printed out, it would get actually sold as merchandise. So, you know, I would have to charge for like a commercial license too. So it would then be a lot more, of course. If like someone just wanted a commission for like personal use, like just for themselves to have, or if they just wanted it like printed out as posters, there would be a less compared to like actual cup printing. So it depends. I think that's not something that I can just like give one clear answer on, because it depends quite a lot. Or like for fan art. I mean, fan art would just be personal use, so there wouldn't be any like license fees increase in price or something. I don't know. It would probably be close to a normal commission, I would say. Because like time-wise, it's taken me pretty similar. Seemingly, it's gonna take me a pretty similar amount of time to like a regular pinup before the background. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think it ever comes to something like this, a 16:9 ratio to use for stream overlays? Stream overlays? Stream overlays? $69, no. So personally, love Persona and always wants to do a similar to P5 aesthetic, but I wouldn't want it in a shaker cup ratio format. I want something more in line with full screen ratio. Yeah. Stream overlays like status screen ads. Like banners maybe pause screen, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't see why not. I mean, you know, so to speak, I know how to do this kind of stuff now. No. I mean, oh wait, I think I missed a message by Neodon. No. I mean, I'd love to get one from specific artists and just laser engraver to steel cup for personal use. With steel cups, okay, with steel cups that's a little bit different because I don't think you can do half-tone printing on steel, right? That's not a thing, right? Also, I feel like half-tone printing on steel engraving would just be super trypophobia. Streamer not artists. If it's big enough, you can giant artwork, yeah, but I don't want to know the production cost behind something like that. But yeah, basically just to summarize, would like price and stuff I can't even say on stream because it just would really depend on the use case. You know, if it's commercial or personal and stuff like that. If it's just to be like, you know, all that kind of jazz. I wouldn't be against it on principle. I mean, this was kind of for me to see if I can do this kind of stuff. And yeah, it's honestly not too hard. Okay, laser engraving, as I said, that kind of depends. I have zero clue about that kind of stuff. Also because, I mean, I do have like a thermos cup of Yoclash that has laser engraving on it. I'm not gonna lie, I did not pay enough attention to notice if there's multiple colors on that or not, or if that would just be pure black and white. For like where it is engraved and where, like, I don't know how to explain it, like where it's actually lasered in versus where it's just left blank. I'm not entirely sure how that stuff would work, but I think something like that I would have to charge a bit more, because that is still something new that I would have to learn then. Because I genuinely don't know how to do that stuff right now. But yeah. Hang on, give me just a second. My voice is actually dying again. God damn it. Sylvanan, thank you for the follow. I hope I didn't butcher the name too much. It would, yes, because darkness basically says how strong long the laser goes over the area. Ah, okay, I didn't know you could actually, you know, define the depth in that case. Oh, good to know. If you don't mind me asking, if you seem to have experience with that, have you done that before? Like gotten custom engraved stuff? Ah, it worked on the home with laser engraved. Okay, there we go. That's cool though, actually. Gate, thank you for the follow. My father has a laser at home. Yeah, I think I would have saved a lot of time just using bucket tool instead of trying to clean up the colors from the sketch. Oh well. I know for next time. Wait, am I done? I think I'm done with cleaning. Okay, I can finally render, man. Recently I started with drawing buddies. God, it's so hard. Yeah. Just take your time with it. Remember that it's fine to make mistakes. And don't try to Iron Man or Superman or whatever you want to call it through art. Just make sure you have fun. Don't torture yourself with too many art books. Trust me, I've seen too many people start and leave art. They think they can like brute force it. But yeah, bodies are quite hard. And make sure to use references. References is in do not trace off of other people's art. But definitely use references. Brute forcing art couldn't be me. Impact. Okay, I am thinking though that I want all the halftone printing to be on a separate layer. Just in case. So I can, worst case, replace it all or fix it. Yeah, just as I said, I've seen too many artists, or like too many people try and get into art, but they think they can brute force it. Or you know, it's important to learn the fundamentals, as everyone says. But it's important that you have fun while learning those fundamentals. There's also no point in, you know, trying to brute force fundamentals just for you to never end up drawing again after having learned how to draw a torso. Like, it's better to learn a bit, have a fucked up torso, and you can fix your fundamentals later, than learn the fundamentals, have a good torso, and then you don't feel like ever wanting to draw again. I just made the buffest dude with Danger's hands. Square looking dudes. I mean, you know, just the entire thing of like, make it exist first, you can make it look good later. That's actually honestly really important too. Like, there's also quite a decent amount of artists that. What did someone call it again? Like, blank canvas and anxiety or something like that? Where, like, a lot of artists are really afraid of actually, like, starting a drawing. And then they, like, just sit there with the empty canvas open for quite a while. Just not ever actually starting to draw. Which, you know, is also an issue. I like the other thing that I think is important to keep in mind is that things will only get easier the more that you learn and the more that you try and fail. Failing is a very neglected part of learning, I feel. And honestly, if you ever experience someone blaming you or making fun of you for being in the wrong, or like for failing at something, please leave them behind. Remove them from your life if you can. Because failing really is such a normal part of learning. But for some reason, some very immature people ridicule others for failing in trying to improve. Honestly, usually it's from own insecurity. I realize wait. Ah. I realize I also am quite shy when sharing art. I mean, it's fine to a certain extent, but I would still recommend occasionally to share your art. Because on like one hand, it will desensitize you to specifically unsolicited feedback. Um, and you know, art is one of the very few things, or like art is one of few things in life. As like, I'm referring to any kind of art, by the way. Um, it's like one of the very few things in life that you can use to develop a sense of pride, which I feel like there's very few opportunities nowadays for that. Wait, my computer is being way too loud. um, yeah, honestly, like, you should never really be ashamed of sharing your art. I mean, there's obviously like a time and place. Trust me, I will not show the kind of stuff that I draw to future employees of mine either. But, you know. Oh, what I could also recommend, it obviously depends on like how the how much you want to improve on art, or that's more of a casual thing for you. But I would also really recommend to find experienced artists to ask for feedback. In my experience, it really helps you to kind of distance or disconnect your ego from your drawings. Now, honestly, this might be a bit too in depth for like a beginner, because then it's just important for you to draw. But I do notice that like one of the main, or like one very big hurdle for a lot of artists that is keeping them from improving is ego. Or like, hang on, having an ego is a normal thing, but I've seen too many artists attach their ego or have their ego. Wait, what's like the right way of wording it? A lot of artists have their ego triggered and get activated when their art is critiqued. they considered a personal attack. Which, you know, it usually isn't. Usually. um, aren't you a med student? Medical engineering, yes. And basically, with those kind of artists, there's the issue that they really struggle with advice or feedback because it triggers the ego. And when your ego gets triggered, by the way, pardon me in case I'm not properly conveying the concept of ego in the right way. It's just how I understand ego based on what I learned years ago. But when your ego gets triggered, it becomes very hard to take in new information. And, you know, especially with art, to be fair, with art in general, art tends to be a representation, well, not a representation, but by sharing art, you do share some insight into yourself. Or maybe not an insight, but you do share something that's personal. That's like coming from you, from like your thoughts, so to speak. So it tends to be very personal for a lot of people. So there's like quite a lot of us that struggle with feedback. When, you know, most feedback tends to be given. Okay, actually, not most feedback tends to be given in good faith. I've had more than enough comments that were like, I don't know, fucking random 17-year-olds on Twitter. Her arms are too skinny, but still hot. And it's like, bro, don't talk to me, child. What did I do with the layers again? Imagine a patient coming to the doctor's office and there's just 50 animated posts on the wall. Nah. You're gonna end up giving them a heart attack. Okay, hang on. I need to sort out my layers. What the fuck am I doing here? Okay, that's dark gray. Right. They connect the ego with an art, so every time someone critiques the art, it's like the personality is being critiqued. Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, it's understandable. Because art tends to be something very personal for a lot of people. Whether, you know, obviously you could kind of sometimes claim, yeah, you know, a person on Twitter sharing obvious, I don't know, foot fetish art, how is that something personal? It is. I mean, sometimes even just like on the basic fact of how much time people invest into drawings. It's like, you know, their time and effort that they invested into something, whether, you know, you would deem it has value or not is a different question. I think we all did at some point, yeah. A friend of mine studied that. He was also part-time Overwatch pro. Damn. And the captain of Team Switzerland. What? Hang on. It's white, dark gray. It's part of white. That's halftone. Hello, Alkan. Are you winning? I think so. Actually, no, I'm still not sponsored. Oh my god, I'm really sorry. I think the bit is starting to get old, but I'm enjoying the bit quite a lot. Are you winning, Alkan? Hello, Jordan. Patient just being like, I see you're a man of culture as well. Unfortunately, not Germany. The population is very old. I would be surprised to find an elderly German person that's into anime. Pain and suffering. Okay. I understand, I think. Jordan! Thank you for the tier 1 sub for 3 months in advance. Wow. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy the bread emote. Wait, I actually just realized. Okay, hang on. I just realized. So, can I give her eyeshadow with halftones? My parents actually are. Why do you have the most based parents? Hello? Amazing couple will be first in line to buy this cup we eat. Thank you, Tamar. Unfortunately, this cup is not gonna get sold. Because. Because guess what? I'm not sponsored. I think this is like the 10th time I've said that this stream. I'm sorry, but I'm really not. I like the bit too much. My dad is also into manga. Oh. Also, I'm pretty sure. Halftone gradient for eye shadow is not gonna work. Because I'm not sponsored. Yeah. Yet. You can. I mean, you can try to use code AKU for 10% off your purchase or your order. It's just not gonna work anywhere. Womp womp. Also, welcome to Mark. I just realized first time chill. My sister, wait. My sister and I forced him to watch and we started with some nice sports anime. Oh yeah, just introduce your parents to anime with some good old high Q. Okay, I'm really not sure if I like halftone eyeshadow. Not even watch sometimes about me and my sis. Okay, hang on. I need to figure out where's the difference between all of these brushes? I have like 3 different brushes today. This one's less dense. Ah. Okay, I might just delete that later, honestly. It looks good from a distance, and then you zoom in, and it looks kinda meh. How's Arco doing? I'm doing just fine. I'm slowly starting to lose my voice again. I hope you're doing well, though. Dude, every single time I look at this little shit, man, I'm actively trying to avoid looking at it. I just can't. Alright, I guess. I'm loving this drawing, and the little shit looks very puntable. I actually messed up cleaning. A little punty. I can't with the fact that they actually named it punty, by the way. Hang on, did it have a different in-ear color? It did. Eh. Wait, you didn't know it's called punty, but you just coincidentally called it puntable? Bruh. Actually perfect. Punty and stocking, goddammit. Actually, have any of you watched Panty and Stocking? I've only ever listened to the music, not gonna lie. I feel like I don't. Jesus Christ. Au to you too. Caught me off guard, man. Like, I've only heard the music of that show, anime, whatever. I like the pole dancing street. What? The who? What did I miss? Scene. Ah, wait, I think I know what you mean, actually. Of course. Arco pole dancing stream one. Actually, pole dancing has to be pretty hard. Want me to share? No, I think I do remember if it's from like the original, the not remake. Apparently there was a remake or something. At least I suddenly had YouTube recommend me new versions of the songs from that series. Mm, right. The little bell and stuff. Oh, no, it's from the second season. Okay, I don't know that one. Pole dancing is freaking hard, yeah. I remember watching videos. I think it was actually Markiplier. I swear to God, I can barely go one stream without talking about Markiplier. I think I remember Markiplier and one of his friends for like a channel they used to have for a while doing pole dancing in a video or like learning how to. I'm not a Markiplier fanboy, I swear. I only watched most of his videos for years and have been considering to just go to one of very few German cinemas that actually is gonna play his movie soon. Ja, maakte de wird of even voor ons anders. A fellow Noah. Impossible. I think I need to make that gray a bit less dark. Think. I consistently watch every video of his story as well, but quit some years back. Markiplier shared my teens from 14 to 19 or something, watch him almost every day. I do think like a significant amount of my anger skills I can actually attribute to him. I think so, yeah. I don't like the way gradient looks in the mouth. But I also really don't like just having blanc. I also feel like I need to lift the eyebrows a little bit. So it's like a friendlier expression. But yeah, actually, I think I can, like, in general, say that, like, I mostly learned English from the internet. I don't feel like I ever actually learned anything from English lessons at school. Especially not the American ones. Jesus Christ, they were awful. Like when I was at high school in the US, those English classes were... You know, to be fair, for some reason, I have no idea why, but I just wasn't allowed to go into like the more advanced English classes, but I was put into like English with the sophomores. And holy shit, reading, like, literary comprehension, dude, it's worth actual gold. I knew about this, you draw how the women do it, but when was the last time you drew a man? Listen, it's not my fault. That, you know. So I have this first issue, which is, out of how many men did I draw yet? 5? One of them is an OC that is not used anymore. One of them is me. And then out of the other 3 that I drew, actually I drew 4 other ones. One of them disappeared wordlessly off the internet. And 2 of them got cancelled and disappeared off the internet. One of them scammed about $100,000. Or something in the 5 digits, maybe 6 digits amount. If you know, you know. So I'm kinda hesitant to draw men. But also because, like, the arc curse. Yeah, so I'm just, I mean, also the other thing is just like, there's very few men I would like to draw. Maybe it's just like, you know, me interacting more with women, they are being more you know, like a demographic thing. Like most of the male VTubers that I know, no front at all, by the way, but most of them that I know specifically cater to women. So it's just not the kind of content creators that I enjoy. Or they're like content creators that aren't VTubers. Like I love Bricky as like a streamer, content creator, and so on and so forth. But you know, he's just a guy, he's not a VTuber. I can draw him as a brick, but that's I think that kind of missed the point. Pardon me. So I like drawing criminals. No, it's just like I draw them and something happens. Like I drew one person and he just decided he's just done with art. He's just done with the internet in general and disappeared. The other one, I don't know, he disappeared because a lot of German internet drama. Way too much to get into, and I don't even want to get into it because it doesn't matter anymore. The other person just decided, you know, if you accept an art commission and you get the money for it, why would you have to work and finish the drawing afterwards? When you can just take the money and leave. Oh well. Mm. Aqua interacting, yeah. No, it's just like a general theme. I'm just okay, not to sound like a pick me guy, but I am just more comfortable with women. Tend to be around them more. Because most of my teenage years I was mostly around very insecure men. Where I was just like kinda tense the entire time because I swear to God, I've talked about this on stream before. There are those kind of men that are very insecure, that will hyper analyze and consider everything an attack. And yeah, after spending like most of my teen years with those kind of people, then like through art finding more people, a lot of which are women, and interacting with them and just realizing, damn, not everything is a personal attack. I don't have to watch my words. Like, I don't know. You get what I mean. By the way, Aqua now asked you kindly to never draw Oro again, just to be safe. My Oshi does not go anywhere. You know, like, not to comment on the entire drama or take sides, but you know, when I had multiple sketches of Cinder and then I post them, and then like not even, I think it was barely like a day or two afterwards the documents drop, and it's, dude, I have impeccable timing, unfortunately. It is, yeah, the R curse. Wait, I missed a message. Sorry, when you said interacting, it feels like you want your C to be filling some donuts. You know, men and women can interact without sexual intent. Believe it or not, I have more than enough female friends that I do not want to sexually engage with. No way. As a feminine person, you give comfortable vibes. I can understand something was spicy, but you're not weird, so creepy about it. Main reason I like streams often is so it's two-way street for sure, I think at least. Thank you for saying that, by the way. I do appreciate it. I've had a case before as well where like I don't talk with them anymore because they then proceeded to try and scam an artist friend of mine. But I've had a person as well in the past who has a very male dominant community also like thank me for not being weird. That like I'm not trying to hit up on the women around me, and that's honestly kind of sad. That's like not the norm. Or like, how do I put it? It's a very nuanced topic. I think I might not be ready or have the time now to touch up on every point that I would like to touch up on that entire topic. But yeah. Hello, Sparkster. Time to rebrand, open that commission. There might be some people interested. What impossible, but surely they want to six you. Ah, definitely. Surely. I know, but it's in a way that's not like it. Sure. I hope you're doing well. Yes, I am. I hope you're doing well as well. Oh, his drawings like a Death Note. He just personally disappeared from the internet. Arcus drawing got confused. I was about to say, huh? Its own. Yeah, it's actually not only men. It's just a curse, I guess. How do I don't know. I mean, honestly, I can understand though why, especially women on the internet too, might be pretty wary. Because I have personally witnessed and also seen quite often how. Wait, let me preface this with the following. I totally understand why people may consider other people as potential partners on social media, which Twitter, wherever. You know, with phone nowadays, there's like no, was it secondary or tertiary places? I forgot. You know how like places get like qualified into like your primary, which is like where you live, then one where you work and one where you socialize. Like nowadays, there's like barely any places that people between like the ages of, I don't know, 14 to 40 or maybe even higher, tertiary, okay, where people actually go to socialize, to find people, find friends, stuff like that. Because like, I don't know, for example, in my case, there's nothing in this village at all for me to meet anyone except for a bar, which is only used by elderly and maybe like certain groups I do not want to interact with. So like a lot of people instead resort to getting those interactions online. And for a significant amount of people, that is also in regards to finding romantic partners. And like I personally think it is fine to do that online, but it says so much about people who do that kind of stuff, how they treat you afterwards. if you end up not being a potential partner. Because I've seen and personally witnessed so many times that like people will flirt with me very blatantly. And like once they realize that I'm not actually available in that sense, whether it's like a, you know, incompatibility of like sexual interests, like, you know, I'm not into men, or just general personality vibes, not fucking. Um, there's so many people that after realizing that will actually just like actively ignore you or treat you worse because you didn't live up to their expectations that they had of you. Like I've witnessed that so many times. And it says a lot about those kind of people, honestly. And, you know, especially with women, the amount of times that like women will get shamed for not actually engaging with a guy just because they're not interested is, yeah, that's a huge topic. I'm probably not qualified enough to talk about it. I live in Zurich, and it's difficult here also. It's difficult in general nowadays. In a lot of countries. Obviously depends on the country and the place and stuff. Like supposedly, from what my dad told me when he was in Kazakhstan again to visit like where he came from, there it's actually way more normal for you to like go outside in the evening and just like hang out with like that there's all sorts of like little street events that like younger people or people of my age would go to. A lot of people want Gyatr-Ku. Jesus Christ. How do you come up with all of this shit with my name, man? I can't scrape in the bottom of a barrel. Yeah, I noticed. I'm kind of struggling to figure out what to do with the neck area, since it should be darker from like the shadow coming from the head hair section. But I don't have that many colors available, man. I'm pretty sure. I'm just looking at one of the references, and there's 6 colors. Huh? Is this the same? Or is that the noise fucking with it? I think those are 2 different. They're close, but I don't think it's the noise messing it up. That's a 4. Then there's 5. And then there's pure black, which is 6. Whatever. I could play Persona? No, actually. I've never played it. Never really heard too much about it until like way later in life. And yeah, no, actually. Like literally the only thing about Persona that I know is it has good music. And apparently in some of the Persona games you just shoot yourself. I vividly remember there was like one case on like just a random day when I was like looking at Discord. Icon was playing Persona and streaming it on I think his Discord or something. And then like I opened Discord and you know how on the side you have like your activity feed of what your friends are doing. And then I see like Icon's stream preview is just like a close up of someone with a gun pointed to their head. And it was like, it takes a frame like every hour or some shit like that. And it took the perfect frame. And like, I just know that as being like a joke. You know, with like, I don't know, buckshot roulette. That you just shoot yourself and like yell Persona as like reference to that shit. And yeah. That's a 3. I don't know what to do. If I use halftones here, it's gonna look hella whack. Most of the other shaker cups just use, like, they have white as the base skin color, so they have way more steps too dark, which I don't have. But like, if I switch her skin color to perfectly white, then her wings wouldn't be white and like her horns and stuff, which feels kinda like it's defeating the purpose. But you know, it's just kinda... She's supposed to be an angel, her wings should be white. I guess I could leave halftone like that. It would work. But it feels kinda suboptimal. Hello, Cloud. P3, shoot yourself. P4, tarot cards. P5, Turf Mouse that's melted onto your face. P5 sounds metal as fuck. Tanned Angel, yeah, that's the thing. She's not supposed to be tanned. But like, I can't just use white clothing on white skin because it's just gonna be all white, and then it's just oh. Hang on. I might have to do that though, because otherwise I just have too few colors. Why are you? Oh. Thank you for an idea balance. Oh, quickly. Just try this. Maybe I'm overthinking it, and slightly gray wings and such will be fine. She looks like an albino now. Yeah, like, this just looks cursed. She looks like an albino now. I don't know. Panty and stocking kind of fits. Hello, Vincent. Hope you're streaming well. Let me shout you out. Wait. Chat froze. Thank you. Art. Vincent, if you want to share art, please feel free to. I'd love to see. Hang on, I can't spell. Yeah. I have to leave for work, but have a great day. You too. Good luck at work. Your alert scares me every time. I'm sorry. It scares me too. Well, yeah, I hope you're streaming well. Thanks again for the raid. If you want to share what you're working on, please feel free to. I love to see. I'm working on a mock-up shaker cup design. I just switched the colors, so ignore that she looks kind of freaky right now. She looked like that before. I'm just messing about with the colors. Yeah. I'm gonna prepare a link. Yes. Just share whenever. You don't need permits. Stream was nice. That's good to hear. How's your Arknight's Enfield addiction going? I would totally not be surprised if you're done with like ruling and everything. I just barely got the first factory started in ruling. Okay, wait, let me return to messing about with colors. So this looks cursed as fuck. You know what? I'm gonna just completely copy paste the colors so I can just completely fuck around and find out. You guys got factory, I'm not even done with tutorials. Understandable though. The tutorials take quite a long time. Bro, spent too much time on optimizing factories, dude. I can't with the factories. I spent like 2 hours and then an hour the next day. In the meantime, the entire factory exploded. There's no electricity anywhere, so there's fucking emergency as soon as I open the game. Man, I don't think I'm really fun ruling for the story. Pretty much everything on Valley 4. Uh, Okay, let me switch the colors back around and experiment, I guess. Spend like 15 hours of factory or 20, create a lot of blueprints. Damn. Pardon me. I think I'm nearing my energy limit, not gonna lie. Time to use the engineering degree. Dude, listen. I may have studied medical engineering, but I deliberately did not take the more engineering specialization path we could take at my college. But I took the one for biomaterials and like that kind of stuff. And dude, oh my god, there was one factory, I swear to god, I spent like 4 hours there just to create batteries, like the thickest ones. Dude, I used up the entire plot. It looks so hideous. I used up every single square there. My god, dude. If, like, for real, if I showed it to any of my professors, I would get my bachelor revoked. What do you mean? Can you make IRL waifus now? I wish, but no. This factory is fun, man. It is fun, but Jesus Christ. Okay, hang on. I want to floop around the colors. By the way, Vincent, feel free to send link whenever you're ready. I'm waiting. Ah. Not gonna lie, factories are not hard. Optimizing or making a compact size, but yeah, that's. Hang on. I don't know what's wrong with this Discord, but for some reason it seems to be very slow for a lot of people in Germany at the moment. It is. Give it like 2 minutes. I'll I'll be able to share it on stream eventually. Just give it a while. I'm waiting on music starts. My German internet is slow. It's specifically with Discord too, though. Like, also when I try to... My god. Like, when I try to, like, even send people messages. And, like, I'm trying to pick out the emotes. Dude, it is so slow. My emotes aren't loading, man. Like, I can quickly show. Like, this is the kind of speed I'm working with right now. You know, we'll get there. Just wait a moment. What I'm seeing looks really nice already. Especially Rosmontes' composition, I like quite a lot. See you next year. There's horns, that's true. I can recognize that. Pardon me, yes. Let me just park that right here. So, how's your week been? Man. By the way, what made you start drawing Shaker art? Just for fun. Just for fun and practice, honestly. Uh, Also because I already have posted 2 drawings this month, so I don't feel pressured to finish, yeah, or like to already start work on next drawing. It's gonna load eventually. Bro, didn't unlock the character yet. Yeah, it's It feels even slower now, not gonna lie. It looks nice, thank you. Yeah, as I said, it was just me, like, wanting to try it out, to experiment. I'm definitely not using these colors, actually. I, like, this doesn't work. I need Panty to be completely white and not gray, so I'm sticking with these colors. God, that's slow. Yeah. I mean, usually it's not that slow. It's just something is up with Discord currently. Like, it is that slow. Do I recognize that character yet? That's not Priestess, is that? But yeah, anyways, looks really nice. I really like the composition for Rosemont as well. And like the epic lighting from one side. And also the flowy hair on Typhon. I will, dude. Pretty. Also, we're gonna ignore the little butt exposure there. I just noticed that. It's Francesca from Fate. Ah. Okay. I vaguely thought for a second that's like a priestess because of the haircut. But yeah, I actually don't know them. I started trying to get into Fate. I watched like one of the movies, one of the series, one of the fucking 17 and a half series there apparently, yeah. And then didn't continue since then. Mm-hmm. Wait, did I miss a message? No, okay. Did not really watch, but friend is fan of this character. Will eventually watch. Oh my god, it's so slow. Please, I want to see art. Oh, but at least I can zoom in already. Also, nice. I feel that. Cause I also always have to put like little, like, the fucking YouTube thumbnail type shit of like red circles or whatever, so I don't forget what I have to add. Very relatable. But yeah, I think that's gonna take like another 20 minutes. So looks pretty. The link is in chat if you want to see for yourself. Thank you for sharing. How even streams with me right now with the internet? I mean, the internet itself is fine. It has its dude. It has its hiccups occasionally. Jesus Christ, I can't English. It's just something is up with Discord currently. The like Discord specifically is super slow. Cause like another streamer I know yesterday streamed too. Also like a German streamer. And they had the exact same issues. Like someone raided them, they opened the link, and it was similarly slow. You can continue drawing, thank you. But yeah, I was just like currently working on figuring out how to put down the halftones in a way that makes sense. Like I have very little experience with the halftones and stuff, so I'm just figuring stuff out on the fly right now. Can I peep how many layers we've got? Wait, I can. So that's just for fixes. That's just for bleed before I cut the canvas down. Just eyebrows, because I'm not sure if I want to raise them higher or not. Line art, that's just a line art copy. That's the sketch, which is 5 layers. The border. The border is like just a selection thing in case I need it. It's pretty few. I could probably work with even less. Wait, can I? Oh. Yeah, I mean, luckily with these kind of drawings, you don't really need too many layers, since I'm restricted to just 4 colors anyways. I went to the bathroom, how are you not done yet? Discord. But yeah, Vincent, if you need to lurk, have some food, maybe eat, please feel free to. I think my voice is dying too. I'm gonna cook food, but still lurking. Okay. Enjoy your food. I kinda don't want to overdo the halftone gradients, but I think since I'm basically missing an entire color for shading, I might just have to use halftones more. Like, not to make excuses, but I do think with a different character whose clothing is not white, this might be a bit easier. Or maybe I probably just have a skill issue. I'm also thinking, instead of having these, you know, like 6. I almost said the thing. I've been doing art since about 6 or 7 years. I swear to God, it hit me like PTSD. I Jesus Christ. I can shut the fuck up. Of course, Alkan is immediately listening. I mean, practicing to just go ham testing stuff, yeah. So I've been drawing for like 6 or 7 years. I still barely have any ideas about all the terms and stuff like that. Like whatever you call the lights on an apex of an object. I'm thinking of maybe instead of having that to add this. English, yeah. Then gradient. That's not working. It makes them look so much bigger. Oh no. Shit. The brush lag, yeah, on maximum size it does start to struggle actually. That makes them look too big. No. Must be drawing in high resolution. It's 8 by 5.5K. Yeah. 300 DPI. Hit you like a 6-7 years long show though. I wrote half that. I mean, I think I started at half of that, and half of that is usually what I draw with. It's just for this one. I figured, like, I'm anticipating for actual, like, merge printing, usually you go with very high resolutions, especially when it's printed onto products. The resolution has to be pretty high. And yeah, I like ran into the issue when I was working at like half the resolution that you could way too easily see like the jagged lines since I can't work with opacity. So I just decided, hey, fuck it. My computer isn't gonna die from this. I can raise the resolution so I don't go crazy counting the pixels. They look so big. No. Can I... The issue with half-tone gradient is I can't even just take it and just scale it down, because then it's off-grid. Like the entire halftone stuff is all on a grid. So if I just move something, it's gonna be off-grid, which I don't think... Is that fine? I don't know. I also just noticed I'm completely missed out on cleaning this. I said there's no such thing as too big, booba. Yeah, but if it's not intended, that tends to be a different issue. That is thick. A little. Just a little. Hang on, I'm looking at some references. Give me a second. It's interesting how the different arts do differently, though. Soka, thank you for the raid. Sorry, I can't speak. Hang on, let me give you a shout out. I hope you're streaming well. You are arting. If you want to share some art, please feel free to. I love to see. Otherwise, you're very welcome to just lurk and keep us company. I'm currently working on a fan art practice piece. I'm drawing rosebud art, and I'm trying to draw it in the, shaker cup design style of a certain company. One guy's Ray, let's go. It's still fine. Don't talk yourself down like that. I still appreciate it. I don't care about how many were in that raid. It's the thought that counts. So still thank you. And as I said, if you want to share anything you're working on, I'd love to see. If not, it's also fine. I was just practicing portraits. I hope that went well. Actually, I think I've never actually practiced portraits before. I really should have, honestly. I noticed that I kind of struggle sometimes with faces and constructing the head and such. Okay, I'm not entirely sure. Whoopsie, an ad? Ah. Alright, there was still an ad break, sorry about that. I thought the ads actually passed. Pardon me. Well, yeah, just in case you maybe didn't hear what I said then, if you want to share anything you're working on, I love to see. If you don't feel confident sharing what you worked on, that's also totally fine. Please don't feel pressured. I do appreciate the raid, even if it's just one man. Please don't talk yourself down like that. It's the thought that counts. Just as valid as all the other raids. And yeah, if you need to, lurk to get some food, some water, something like that, please don't hesitate to. I'm kind of losing my voice myself right now. Probably need to end stream soon as well. So I don't completely end up losing my voice. Lemon. Okay, I am noticing though my biggest issue with these halftones is I cannot just move them around now. I can't even raise them because if I try to just transparency in there, it still leaves some stuff. Meh. Just looking around. I'm sharing what I've been working on. Just got a few more. Yeah, you can either share it in my Discord. Or shit, I can't. Make sure to quickly read the rules and click on the accept thingy. Maybe that's the issue. Otherwise, you can, in one of the Discords that you're in, you could share your art there and then just send me the link of the art, like the PNG file, and then just send it here in chat. That also works. Or you can even just DM me, my DM should be open. Whatever you feel comfortable with. That being said, my Discord isn't loading. I'm so sorry. I don't know what's wrong. Discord in Germany is really not. It's super slow today. I don't know why. And thank you for the follow. Yeah, we had like an issue earlier as well where another artist raided. They shared a link with the art. And yeah, Discord just didn't load. I actually sat here just talking for like, I don't know, 5 minutes or something. It did not want to load for some reason. It's super slow because they're sucking all of Germany's internet right now. Sorry. I know it's send messages to someone on Twitch. A good question. How do you do that on Twitch actually? There should be like a whisper function somewhere. Scuff stream, I swear to God. Hang on. Let me try real quick. Maybe. Wait, I could also, because I'm seeing that your VOD is still up. I could just. Okay. Okay. Never mind, just saw that you texted me. Okay, let me just share the browser because and not zoom into the boober like that. Because I don't know how to get an Instagram picture out as a PNG. Hang on. There. Can I get that in a little bigger? There. That's not what they worked on stream, but it still looks really nice. Also, tattoo design. That's sick, actually. Zooming on Boober is fine, of course. But it looks really nice. I like the, I don't know what it's called. I only know it as Clair Obscure. Yes, just like that one game. Like the kind of difference between light and dark here. Like the very strong lighting. Looks really nice. And yeah, there, in case you want to follow. I hope it's fine for me to show that name, by the way. Like, you could have also just shared that in chat here. It's totally fine. But yeah, thank you for sharing, as it looks really nice. I also did see in your VOD thumbnail, like a little preview of these portraits. Looked really nice as well. So yeah, thank you for sharing. As I said, if you need to go and rest, please feel free to. I think I'm gonna end quite soon as well, actually, because my voice is rapidly on its way out. Sorry if you heard that, I just had smack my computer. I don't know what it is in there, but something is ever so slightly loose, so it randomly starts buzzing. Or not buzzing, but just like one of the fans starts getting louder over time. Relate, but hello, welcome to stream. Good morning, Impact. But yeah, I need to figure out just a little bit more. I can't with this little guy. Okay, I'm gonna ignore the chesticles for a second, actually. And just kind of get more of the rendering down here sorted out. That's it begging for its life? Nah. It's young and healthy. Actually, I can just use more black. Why am I... I'm pretty sure it's just like the... I forgot her belly button. Whoopsie. Where would the belly button be? There? No. Of course, as soon as I mention belly button, star appears. I see you. Welcome, star. I hope you're doing well. Where did I sketch the belly button in? Nowhere. Cool. What can I say? Perfect timing, yeah. Very base timing, though. My god, I need to stream more so my voice doesn't just absolutely start giving out after like 3.5 hours. Alright, I must go. I have to prepare dinner. Okay, enjoy dinner. Thanks again for the raid. I'll be lurking in the shadows. Damn. Only mildly ominous. I have no idea how to say that. Thank you for the follow, though. I have no idea if that belly button is in the right spot, not gonna lie. I'm gonna just cope and say that it is. Thank you, yeah, it's really great. No, thank you. Thank you for the kind words. And have a good rest. And hello. Is it Ari or Ari? I'm sorry, I'm really bad with names. It's late for me, but... But hello, hello. Ah, I missed a message. Doing good, getting EP. Yeah, isn't it super late in your time zone? Do I have all the insomniacs in my chat right now? By the way, fun fact. The song playing in the background right now, the singer of that song, or like of that band, unironically helped me with like improving my pronunciation English. I am sometimes too lazy to still do it, not gonna lie. But I noticed with like their music videos that he, when he sings, really puts his tongue between his teeth. And that actually made me realize, oh, that's how most people do the TH sound. Because like I didn't do that. I would just like put my tongue right behind my front teeth. But apparently you're supposed to like almost bite your teeth to do the TH sound. The more you know. Although I'm pretty sure everyone else knew and it's just me being Pepego. I learned that in school but never really remembered. I never learned that. I just like made the TH sounds the way that I thought you would. And it like kinda worked. Zucker's right, your art is really great. Thank you. I was trying to fix my mic and time flew by. It's Icon, yeah, Icon's been Icon's been waiting for the 6-7 for the accidental 6-7s. I swear to God, the entire 6-7 thing is so unfunny. It's only funny because of how much some people, how intensely some people react to it. I swear to God. Okay, well, I don't like that. Yeah. It was 6-7. It sounds. What do you mean? It sounds funny. Generations funny number stupid. I much prefer funny number 69. Yeah, because like with 69, there's like something you actually. There's something you actually associate with. There's something you actually associate with 6-9. 6-7 is like most people don't even know where it comes from. And those that do, it's like if you actually know where 6-7 comes from, there's like from some basketball player that's 6 feet 7 inches tall. It's like, okay, and I'm Gen Alpha now, bruh. Sure. This generation use 6.7. I use 6.7, so it means I'm this generation. I don't think that's how that works. But, you know. What would I know? I'm not from this generation, I guess. I'm not gonna lie, because of how my brush or my pen is set up, getting these gradients to look proper is requiring way too much focus right now. That's how it works though. Sure. I forgot again. Were you older than me? You were, right? Grandpa. I'm I'm trying to work on like the entire hip belly area, and I swear to God, like I'm super focused here, and I zoom over, and it's just this little dipshit. I can't, man. It is. I unironically think Roswell might have like one of the best mascots, just for like the pure insanity, like the pure unhingedness of it. Also, I need to remove some of the songs that are way too quiet for some reason. There's nothing in those eyes, dude. There's less. You know, like those, there's like some like reaction pictures on TikTok. Now I sound like the absolute. I sound like an absolute child mentioning TikTok again. Wait. There's like some reaction pictures a lot of people use for like when people just sound like this kind of dumb happy. I don't know how else to describe it. Hang on. And there's like one. There's no way now that I can find it now. I absolutely cannot find it. If you know, you know. Man. If I tell you how I go to school, I will have the grandpa story for real. I mean, actually, wait. I could totally imagine that with you, Icon. Back in my days, we had to walk to school, no matter if it was monsoon season or not. If I was able to walk to school during the worst monsoon in 30 years, and you can finish your veggies. Bicycle. God damn it. I used to bicycle 50 kilometers every day. Actually, I think that's so much I would have had to cycle if I would have cycled to school. I went to like one school that was stupidly far away. Actually, I think 50 kilometers so much I cycled to university. In total, not one way. It was so strong buff legs if you're saying 50 kilometers. No, that was only for my bachelor thesis. And even then that was that was on electrical, like an e-bike. Like you did have to pedal at least a little bit. But yeah, it's pretty easy. I can't even pretend otherwise. Uh, Kids these days with their public transport. Okay, dude. I think I'm slowly figuring out the half-tone stuff. And like how I can use it. Because ultimately it's just relying on understanding of soft edges. Wait, does the size depend on how... No, it doesn't. I actually did once, I was so dead. Oof. Goddammit, I hate when Clip Studio does that. Stop. By the way, Alkan, are you addicted to Enfield yet? You can bet your ass as soon as I'm done streaming, I'm getting food. And I'm immediately returning to slave away on the factories. I'm not addicted. I'm just dedicated. I've been busy working, no. But the factories, Alkan, the factories. They're calling. Lucky I haven't gone too deep with the factory yet, dude. Yeah. I almost said you're missing out, but honestly, it's more like you're saving yourself from quite a lot of agony. The good kind of agony. Okay, I'm not entirely sure about the lags. I feel like I'm overdoing it a little bit. But oh well. I can fix that later. I think. Honestly, it might just be better. My god, stop clip. Might just be better for me to have one leg entirely like that. Stop. Actually, no. Okay, I think I am done though. I actually streamed for way longer than I intended to. At least I did make a decent amount of progress. I will still need to render quite a bit more. Like, there's a lot of shadows that are still missing to add more depth, like underneath this guy. If I start doing that now, I'm gonna. Let me just quickly do that. But I'll probably need like one more stream, maybe. Hopefully, just one. Hang on, I need to do that before stream, otherwise I will explode. Get back to work, the factory isn't gonna run itself. Dude, I had that this morning that like I open Agnes Enfield and something apparently wasn't quite right when I closed the game last night. So like I returned to the game, my entire power production is broken. Like it literally opens and I immediately hear like alarms and like this android woman's voice of like emergency, power supplies empty. Dude, woke up immediately stressed out. Yeah, I'm just missing like a lot of little shadows like that for depth and such. And I need to rework the facilities. Yeah. It's looking really good, thank you. She looks so dude, I can't with Rosebuds please emote. I get cuteness aggression, man. Anyways, let me quickly find someone to raid. Oh. We could raid Uyu. Do you raid Uyu? Haven't I raided Uyu just a bit ago? Training for future engineer job. The grind never ends. Oh, hello, Nami. I'm not entirely sure if I said hello earlier. Whoopsie. So I'm completely noticing how I'm getting pooped. I mean, like, I have no energy. I feel pooped. There we go. Yeah, you know what? Let's just raid Oyo. Raid. Let me quickly make sure I can even raid. But yeah, I will still work on this next stream. I mean, I should be able, if I spend like a little time off stream on like the border, as I said, I should be able to finish it by next stream. Or like mostly finish it and then finish it up off stream. But yeah, we're gonna raid Uyu, who's currently drawing emotes for Skyurus. I don't recognize them. Anyways. Yeah, that being said, thanks for hanging out. There's my socials. I post everywhere, basically. There's Discord, join for stream pings and whenever I actually post art anywhere. And yeah, I'm not sure when I'll stream again, maybe Sunday. Otherwise, I actually started posting all of the VODs on the VOD channel you can find under the socials tab. Something. Join face. I do not know. No Facebook. But yeah, otherwise did I ever fix the raid command? Hang on. Did I? I fixed the raid command apparently. So if you're a sub, you can use that command, that message. You can also use channel points to get the emote actually. And yeah, that being said, thanks for hanging out. I hope you'll have a good rest of your week and a good weekend. We might see each other on the weekend. I'm not sure yet. Join the Discord to know. And yeah, thanks for hanging out. And yeah, bye bye.